Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some more updates on the situation in the Middle East. I did want to update you on another story, which I just found out about right now from BNO News Live posting about it. I hadn't even heard about this. But you can see here, oops, hold on, I'll show you right now. At least 7 dead after ferry dock gangway collapses on Georgia's Sapelo Island. So we'll get to the Middle East stuff in a second, but I just saw this story. At least 7 people were killed Saturday after part of a ferry dock collapsed on Georgia's Sapelo Island. Hold on a second here. Authorities said multiple people were taken to hospitals, and crews from the U.S. Coast Guard, McIntosh County Fire Department, and Georgia Department of Natural Resources were searching the water. A spokesperson for Georgia Department of Natural Resources said a gangway at the dock collapsed and sent people plunging into the water. It happened as crowds gathered on the island for a celebration of its tiny Gula Geechee community of black slave descendants. There have been 7 fatalities confirmed. Jones said there have been multiple people transported to area hospitals, and we are continuing to search the water for individuals. Jones said he did not know what caused the gangway to collapse, but officials believe there were at least 20 people on it at the time. The gangway connected to an outer dock where people board the ferry to another dock on shore. The gangway connected to an outer dock where people board the ferry to another dock on shore. Anyways, so some sort of gangway collapse. I don't know if I can, I'm going to check real quick to see if I can find a map. And we'll get to the Middle East stuff in just a minute. I just literally saw this right as I was coming on the air. So I wanted to talk about it for 2 seconds. And this was in Sapelo Island, Georgia. So what I can do is real quick here. If we do this and we look at Sapelo Island, Georgia on Google Maps, hang on, we'll just take 2 seconds and see if we can figure out where exactly this happened. If we go in here, well, Sapelo Island, there's a lighthouse. I'll have to look it out. It's not obvious to me where the ferry, Sapelo Island ferry dock. Oh, there's a dock right there. But, oh, the ferry goes, hold on. Is there a dock out here somewhere? Yeah, it's a little confusing because I guess there's a couple different docks. There's this, and then maybe it was here. I'm going to see if I can figure it out. I'm going to put the Middle East feed on, and I'll just look for a second and see if I can get any pictures. It's a little confusing to me. Yeah, Fox 5 Atlanta has a picture of it, of the dock, where they say it is. Someone said in YouTube the Discord links is expired. Mods, can we look into the Discord link and see if we need a new one? Once in a while they expired. Thanks, mods. I appreciate all of our moderators here. All right, give me a moment, guys. I will update everything here. Those booms are from the Israel-Lebanon border. You know, I don't, regarding this Sapelo Island, Georgia ferry dock collapse that killed at least 7 people, you know, if you look, if you look at Google Maps, it says there's a ferry dock here, and I don't know if we can do 3D here, but, well, you know, you can see over here, so I don't know if this is the right dock. I guess there's a couple different docks there. So I can't, you know, was it something like, I know you can, it's kind of small here, but like this kind of gangway thing here, is that what collapsed? You know, I just don't know. So I will look out for more information on that, and I will get it to you. But I was trying to get you information. Just before I came on the air, there was news that a ferry dock had collapsed in Georgia and killed at least 7 people. So, again, I will update you when I hear more about that. Hang on. All right. We're going to get back to the Middle East stuff now. I do want to thank our moderators for being here. Ruth Krafasi is here, and Misunderstood, and Roberts Mayqueen, and Beth Mythical, and Sarah 55, and Sabrina. And did I say Ruth Krafasi? And again, I don't know if there's an issue with the Discord link, but mods, if we find out there's an issue with the Discord link, we can always get another one. Also, thanks to our Twitch moderators. Hang on a moment here. More booms from the Israel-Lebanon border. Over on Twitch, we have I Got That Fire in Surly Dev moderating. Thank you. Also, we have, hang on a moment. Over on Twitch, we have I Got That Fire in Surly. Whoa, hearing 2 of myself. Thanks to our Facebook mods as well. Margaret Riley, Valerie Gale Griffin, Beth Shepard, thank you. And Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. And thanks for your support so much, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thanks, Chris. And Omega Sparrow. Thank you, Omega Sparrow. Thanks, JD78, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks, Dolores Wilson, for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you. Thank you. Also, Tim747 from Canada. Thank you. David L. in Ireland. Thank you so much, David L. Mothra, thanks for your support. Rule, thanks for the gift memberships. Very kind of you. Dingier Pillow from Australia. Thank you. And our new member, Debbie. Thank you. It is 2:51 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. And, oops, also it is 3:21 a.m. Iran time. We still have no idea when Israel's going to respond to Iran. Yeah, we'll talk about some of the stuff that happened today earlier. There was a drone that some drones fired in the direction of Netanyahu's, one of his residences. He was not there. And it like hit nearby. What is this? By the way, there's also some reporting I'm seeing that a car exploded in Israel, but it's believed to be a criminal issue, not terroristic. I've seen a couple reports on that. Let me try to get you some more on that as well. There's a bunch of video. This is in Petach Tikva, Israel. There's video of like a car that's exploded, but which is near Tel Aviv, Petach Tikva, right there, right near Tel Aviv. But again, I've seen a couple reports from some Telegram accounts I follow. For example, the News from the Field says, no, it wasn't News from the Field. Couple different accounts I saw. What was the one that said, let me check here. Real News on Telegram says the causes are being investigated. The Hot News on Telegram just has photos of it and videos. News from the Field says, no, they don't have anything either. There are some unconfirmed reports that this car that exploded in Petach Tikva, big fire, that's being reported in the last 15, 20 minutes. There's a couple reports saying that it's not a terrorism act, but I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find anything else for you about that. Did the Israeli police actually post about it or commented on it? It's late at night there. No, I haven't seen them posting their social media about it. I'll post a link to a video in the chat. Of this car explosion near Tel Aviv. Again, I have no reporting yet that says it's some kind of terrorist act or something, but I'll post a video in the chat right now. Israel War Room retweeted winter intel. It's the same video I've seen online. And you can look at it if you want. Now, this account, I'm not familiar with Winter Intel. Police say it's a criminal, not terror-related incident. I haven't seen the actual statement from police. But again, there was a car explosion right near Tel Aviv. Specific Gravity, I'm glad you got your mug. I hope you like it. Thank you, Specific Gravity, the Dancing Dragon. Also, thank you to Captain Jenks for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Wow, Richard Foley, so generous. Richard has made so many donations. Richard, that is so nice of you. Thank you so much, Richard, for the sticker and your support. Richard Foley, thank you. Hang on a second. I'll let you know when I hear more about this car explosion. News the Defense Cabinet, who I follow on Telegram, says a report of a car explosion in the Petah Tikva area. I guess it's Petah Tikva, not Petah Tikva. Petah Tikva. That explosion was heard about a half an hour ago in the Tel Aviv area. News from the Field is claiming, who I follow on Telegram, they're claiming the background is criminal, not terroristic. All right, well, more on that when I get it. More on that when I get it. Purple Pulp says it's Petach. I'm seeing it spelled different ways. Oh, Wikipedia says it's where is it here? Petach Tikva. Let's talk about this. So I know a bunch of you have heard about this, but I will going to talk about it anyway. A drone targets the Israeli Prime Minister's house during new barrages with Hezbollah. This is from Associated Press. This was earlier today. Israel's government said a drone targeted Prime Minister Netanyahu's house Saturday with no casualties. as fighting with Lebanon and Gaza. Fighting with Lebanon-based Hezbollah and Gaza-based Hamas showed no pause after the killing of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Israel's military said, hold on a second. Netanyahu's office said the drone targeted his house in the Mediterranean coastal town of Caesarea. Neither he nor his wife were there. This says it wasn't clear if the house was hit. I've seen other reporting. One report earlier said it was hit, but I've seen other reports that say the house was not hit. Yeah, the New York Times said, let me get the statement from his office. Let me just get that for you. Where is the statement? The statement is not there. The New York Times said in a statement by Netanyahu's office, said the drone struck a building near Netanyahu's private residence. Netanyahu himself said about this, the attempt by Iran's proxy Hezbollah to assassinate me and my wife today was a grave mistake. Now, I don't know, I guess a drone hit a building near his house. So I don't know what the likelihood of this was I guess it did get through. If he were there, would there be more protection there? I don't know. He says, this will not deter me or the state of Israel from continuing our just war against our enemies in order to secure our future. I say to Iran and its proxies and its axis of evil, anyone who tries to harm Israel's citizens will pay a heavy price. We will continue to eliminate the terrorists and those who dispatch them. We will bring our hostages home from Gaza, and we will return our citizens who live on our northern border with Lebanon safely to their homes. Israel is determined to achieve all of our war objectives and change the security reality in our region for generations to come. Together we will fight, and with God's help, together we will win. That is the statement there. Where is, hang on. There is some footage of Apache following the drone. Let me see if I can grab that for you. I haven't even seen it. Is it IDF footage? Because I'm looking at the IDF's post today and I don't see it. By the way, the IDF said that today, on Saturday, approximately 200 projectiles were fired by Hezbollah into Israel. That's more than the last couple days. ISW had something about that too. I mean, there's a video floating around that I'm seeing on X in places, but is that really of this drone? I don't know if it is. It's not really the best sourced video at this point. At least from what I've seen. Tim747 says, I saw the video, but no proof it was that drone. Yeah, there's a video floating around that claims to show the drone passing by a helicopter, but I don't know if that's a legit video. I want to talk a little more about that. The Washington Post says a drone was launched toward Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence in the Caesarea area, his office said Saturday. It did not hit his home, and both he and his wife were not there. There were no casualties reported. Here's where we're talking about the Caesarea area, which is on the coast. In Israel, south of Haifa, north of Tel Aviv. That's Caesarea. Oh, I hear cats, I think. Yeah, that was earlier today. It was after we got off the air, but it was earlier today. But I'm talking about it because we weren't on the air when it happened. Degentrified says, damn, they know where he stays. I don't know how private that information is, but it's interesting. You know, they sent the drone that they clearly have some intelligence about targets in Israel because they sent the drone that killed 4 Israeli soldiers like a week ago at an Israeli military base at the dining hall. There's also something, I just saw this too. What is this thing? The Washington Post has an article about a strike in Gaza. Came out about an hour ago. I don't know if this is true. I think Israel has denied the numbers here. So the civil defense in Gaza said at least 73 people were killed when an Israeli airstrike slammed into a group of homes in the northern Gaza Strip. As Israel's military intensified operations there just days after President Biden suggested the death of the Hamas's leader could usher in an end to the ruinous war. The bombing targeted the town of Beit Lahia, less than 2 miles from the border with Israel. Late on Saturday, the entire block was leveled to the ground, said a spokesperson for Gaza's civil defense, saying there were a large number of people still under the rubble. The Israeli military said the strike was against a Hamas terror target. So my guess is there might be videos of this floating around. I thought I saw something about the Israeli military denying the numbers. Yeah, so here is a statement from the Israeli military about this. The IDF says, according to a preliminary examination, the numbers published by the Government Information Office in Gaza, which acts as a communication arm of Hamas, are exaggerated and do not coincide with the information available in the IDF, the exact weapons used, and the accuracy of hitting a terror target of the terrorist organization Hamas. The IDF continues to check and calls on the media to be careful with the information published by Hamas officials, as has been proven in previous events. We emphasize this is an active combat zone. The IDF acts in a precise and targeted manner and does everything in its power to avoid attacking non-involved people. Again, this is in Beit Lahia. This happened a few hours ago, I believe. Beit Lahia is in northern Gaza. Oops, it's in northern Gaza. Right there. Thank you, Adi Chevris. Yeah, I know that Barak Ravid had reported earlier today, like this morning, he had said that the drone hit Netanyahu's home, but I mean, the articles I've read you say that literally his office, the Prime Minister's office, say it did not hit his home. So I think the Barak Ravid report might have been early before Netanyahu's office came out and said it did not hit his home. Because, again, multiple outlets are saying that his office said they did not hit his home. Yeah, the Washington Post says Netanyahu's spokesman says the drone did not hit his home. The New York Times said Netanyahu's office said it did not hit his home. And those were updated much more recently than the earlier Barak Ravid report today. Some booms here from the border, from the northern border. Thank you, Adi Chevris, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ernie, for your support. Thank you so much, JD63, for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. We got some more booming going on at the northern border. Pretty active. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, JD63. Very kind of you. Thank you, Jeannie Sparks, for your support, who says, TMZ bash for Liam Payne photo, but Sinwar's image is everywhere. I don't know if, different people have different views on photos. Some people might think, oh, well, if you say that Liam Payne from one direction, that his photo shouldn't be out there, then Sinwar shouldn't be out there. Someone else might say, well, it's very different. One of them is a celebrity and he died. He fell out off a hotel balcony. The other one is a big like politics and news figure. And there's like more news value in seeing what happened to him. It's something that maybe people might feel that they have more of a right to see because it's more of a item about. It's a more of a. It's somebody who is a leader of this group that has been fighting with Israel, and it's. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, people can come up. You could come up with different arguments, different ways as to whether you think there's some inconsistency there. I will leave that to you. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is someone might say that the Sinwar photo and video is in the public interest to be made public in a way that the Liam Payne photo is not, but I'm not telling you to think that. I'm just saying, there are different arguments you can make either way. It's an interesting question. Thank you to, and the whole question as to, we talked about this yesterday, we talked about the whole question is, some people think that Israel's putting the drone footage of Sinwar out there might actually make him be a martyr to some people and inspire his followers. Some people think that Israel should not have done it. Other people are fine with it. So I leave it to you to decide what to think about these questions. Thank you so much, Jeannie Sparks. Thank you, Bass300. Is there a perceived time limit on a strike being retaliatory or just another offensive? Just in the eye of the beholder. Look, Israel has said they're going to respond to Iran. So if they respond to Iran in the next couple months and they say that's our response, then it's retaliatory to me. If they wait 7 years and then do something, and there's some other thing they could be responding to, is it really a retaliatory response to the missile attack? I don't know, but I mean, I think if they say I don't know why else they'd be attacking Iran anytime in the next couple of months. I mean, you might say, well, they're using the retaliation as an excuse to do something else. My point is though, I think it would take a while to get to a point where people are saying, oh, that's not a retaliation at all. But we could imagine such a point. That's just some thoughts I have. Thank you so much, Bass300, for your support. And Min Her, thank you. And Chris Canada, Quebec City. Chris thinks that the drone fired in the area of Netanyahu's, one of his residence, I don't know if it's his only residence, but Chris thinks the event as such is not significant. What's important is the leverage Israel will give it to use to its advantage. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. How provocative really is it that Hezbollah is firing a drone at the general area of where Netanyahu's residence is? Is that something they wouldn't have ever done before? I mean, they literally just fired a drone that killed 4 Israeli soldiers at a military base a few days ago. So I don't know. Is that something they didn't do before because they didn't want to, or because they thought it crossed a line, or is it just something they didn't do because they didn't have intelligence on where he lived. Although I would think they might have known that. I would think they might have known that. So I don't know. I don't have a good sense on whether Israel making a huge deal of it is because they really do see it as a huge deal, or is it like, oh, it, as one of our viewers just said, it gives them an excuse to, like, you know, to publicize it and speak badly of Hezbollah and maybe do something against them if they want to. Someone saw a flash. Where did you see a flash? Is there a time code? Patricia Gray says how provocative something is in the eye of the beholder. If you post a time code, I can go look it up. I can replay the flash. By the way, thanks to Shadows6530 for your support and Debbie for your support. Thanks for the gift memberships. Also, Tony Leone. Hey, Tony, thanks for watching the channel and supporting the channel. Thank you. And also, Nam Boozle. Thank you, Nam Boozle. And again, thanks, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Oh, I owe a couple more thank yous. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. Ernie, thank you so much for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you, Ernie. Thank you. Tia Marie, thank you for your support. Captain Jerry Donnelly. I posted about an hour or two ago a news report, Captain Jerry Donnelly, that some lights had started to come on back in Cuba. I don't know the exact situation. Supposedly it's getting fixed, the blackout there. But I'll let you know if I see any updates on that. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Also, Ernie. Thank you so much, Ernie. Much appreciated. And Relila on Twitch and Psyops on Twitch, thank you. And Ghetto Force for subscribing. And Evil Kuja for subscribing. And Sweetums, thanks for your support on Twitch as well. And Timido1. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the leak in a second. I see everybody making a huge deal about this leak, these leaked documents. As far as I'm aware, these leaked documents, there's some story floating around that somebody from the U.S. government might have leaked some classified documents that had some U.S. intelligence about Israeli preparations for the strike on Iran. But I've read a bunch of stories on it, and it's just like things like, oh, Israel did a trial run with some planes. Or Israel has been like practicing with loading missiles into planes or something. Like, it doesn't, not a single story I've read says that the leaked documents say what Israel is going to do or when it's going to do it. So it hasn't even been confirmed they're legit docs. But I'll talk about it. It's just, I do think a lot is being made of it. I mean, it's certainly you don't want classified documents being leaked, but at the same time, I've not seen a single report on it that suggests that the documents said anything about the nature of it, really what specifically Israel was going to do and when they were going to do it. So I'm not blaring headlines about it. We're going to talk about it. U.S. miner believes the story is the leak, not the content. It would be a significant security breakdown if it was real. Yeah, so we will talk about it. Here, I'll show you something about it now. U.S. investigating unauthorized release of classified documents on Israel attack plans. Again, nothing I've seen says that the actual documents said what the attack plans were. Just to be clear. This is from AP. The U.S. is investigating an unauthorized release of classified documents that assess Israel's plans to attack Iran, 3 U.S. officials told the AP. A 4th U.S. official said the documents appear to be legitimate. The documents are attributed to the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Agency and National Security Agency, and note that Israel continues to move military assets in place to conduct a military strike in response to Iran's blistering ballistic missile attack on October 1st. These documents were shareable within the Five Eyes, which are U.S., Great Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. The documents, which are marked top secret, were passed online to Telegram and were posted online to Telegram and first reported by CNN and Axios. The investigation is also examining how the documents were obtained, including whether it was an intentional leak by a member of the U.S. intelligence community or obtained by another method like a hack, and whether any other intelligence information was compromised, the official said. Some more booms on the Israel-Lebanon border. As part of the investigation, officials are working to determine who had access to the documents before they were posted. In a statement, the Pentagon said it was aware of the reports of the documents but did not have further comment. I'll get you some more on that. The New York Times has a similar story. They said that the documents describe recent satellite images of Israeli military preparations for a potential strike on Iran. It says U.S. officials are trying to figure out how much information got out. The documents offer interpretations of satellite imagery. One document describes recent exercises that appear to rehearse parts of the strike. A second document talked about Israel shifting the placement of missiles and weapons in case Iran responds. The New York Times said officials are divided over the seriousness of the leak. Some officials say if no other documents were leaked, the damage would be limited. They say they talked to some officials who said the documents were authentic. Officials told the New York Times the source was most likely a lower level government employee. And CNN talks about how, oh, rocket alert? Hold on. There's a rocket alert. The rocket alert is in, oh, we got interceptors going up right now. Interceptors are going up right now. Interceptors going up right now. Here they are, look. Interceptors going up right now. You're going to hear booms in a second. You're going to hear booms in a second. A bunch of interceptors just went up. We just saw it. Those are interceptors exploding. Wow. Wow. This is Kiryat Shimona, which is an Israeli town near the border with Lebanon. So there was rocket alerts in the area, and we just saw some interceptors go up and heard some booms. I'll replay that in a second. We'll have to see if anything fell in the area. You can see, well, there was a rocket alert in Kiryat Shimona, but there were also alerts in surrounding communities. They're Iron Dome interceptors from Israel. We actually saw them go up. I'm going to get you a clean replay of that so you can see it. You know, for all of the attacks by Israel on Hezbollah, they are still launching a significant number of rockets and also drones at Israel, and missiles once in a while too. But, I mean, yesterday it was around 200 projectiles. Israel says that they want their goal of their military operation against Hezbollah is to allow the Israeli citizens, about 70,000 of them, to move back to the border with Lebanon. But they can't do it at this point. There's still a lot of rockets being fired into Israel. We're hearing some animals. This is where the alerts were. This is from the SOFAR map. Are the cameras in Kiryat Shimona. So you can see there were alerts all around there. Let me show you what happened. I'm going to replay this. And you'll see on the replay what happened again. We're about to do a replay. So I'll put up the moments ago, even though it's live right now. All right, here's the replay. Here is the replay of what happened. Well, I'm going to wait till the animals stop. That's live. There's still, some of them are still howling. Okay, let's watch the replay of what happened. Here's the replay from moments ago of the interceptors. Oops, nope, I got to find the right time. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I got to cue it up. There it is. All right, here it is. Here's the replay. You'll see in a second the interceptors go up. Oops, when I play it. You'll see the interceptors go up in a second. There are, about 5, 6 of them or something. There's the first one right there, see? This is Lebanon-Israel border, Kiryat Shimona. So that was a replay of what we saw with the rocket alert there. And there's the live shot. I'll let you know if there are any reports of any hits, any rockets hitting the ground. I haven't seen any yet. A few days ago, we had one of those, and we actually saw a rocket hit the ground, hit a building, cause a fire. So I haven't heard of any reports of rockets actually hitting the ground, but if I do, I'll let you know. Hey, a quick thanks to There Is No Try and also Steppenwolf for your support. Thank you. And also Ernie, that's so generous of you. Thank you, Ernie, for all your support. I appreciate it. Also, Relila, thanks for the gift sub on Twitch, Relila. Thank you. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, this is looking at Israel in the foreground, and Lebanon is in the distance. So, anyway, regarding the leaked documents, a couple of leaked documents that we've been just talking about here, I'll let you know if we get more information on those. But they don't seem to have said anything about specifically what Israel is going to target or when they're going to do it. They described, I guess, a practice run of sorts that Israel had done and some preparations Israel was making for the attacks. You can see there, U.S. investigating unauthorized release of classified documents on Israel attack plans. It's not clear if there's more documents that were released than the couple that appeared on Telegram. Axios said the leak could be an attempt to disrupt the Israeli operation. The Telegram channel that posted the documents, says Axios, routinely publishes pro-Iranian content. and an X account associated with the channel says it's located in Iran. Axios said the leak could be the sign of a very serious security breach in the U.S. intelligence community. Well, we'll see if any other documents come out. Thank you, PAP. PAP, thanks for the gift memberships. Also, Mama457 Rose, thanks for your support. Thank you also, Pilsy, for your support. Yes, there were some more airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut today. Maybe I'll talk about that in a little bit. That did happen. Thank you, Pilsy. Thank you, John Attard, for the gift memberships. So nice of you. Very generous, all the gift memberships. Adrian R., thanks so much for the gift memberships. Adrian R., thank you. Also, PAP, thanks for your support. Again. Oh, also the IDF released footage of Sinwar today before October 7th. That happened. We should talk about that. Video that the IDF released today, as part of that video, they showed Sinwar like peering out of the building he was in before an Israeli shell struck the building. But I'm not going to show the shell
above the ground.
Right there. See, it says Yahya Sinwar. He's like looking out the window or something. Anyways, I'll post a link to this video. You can rewatch it again if you want to see when the shell hits shortly after this or whatever. Then they showed the video of him going through the day before October 7th, they said, right here.
This is a footage of Sinwar just hours before the October 7th massacre, where Sinwar was hiding his family and equipment, including beds, pillows, food, and water, and a television. He was hiding it inside Hamas underground tunnel network. He was doing that all night alone with his family in order to keep his position classified. It was.
I'm going to post a link to this video. Oops. Hold on. Here it is right here. Link to IDF video. I just posted the link to the video, so you can watch it again if you would like. Oops, hold on a moment. Thank you, Sparky, for your support. Sparky says friends in Israel said was it his wife? His wife's bag cost $22,000. I know nothing about that. I know nothing about how much her bag cost. The woman in the video, who may have been his wife, I'm not sure. But, so I can't speak to that. But thank you, Sparky, for your support. I really appreciate it, Sparky. Also, thanks Red Squirrel for the gift membership. Thank you also, Kavkazip. Thank you, Kavkazip, for your support. And Amber Embry, thanks for the gift memberships. Amber Embry, thank you. Also, Luigi's mom, thanks for your support, for being a member. Thank you, Big Sky. Big Sky, thanks for your support. Big Sky said you could see the munitions glow right before the interceptors went off. I didn't see that. You mean in the video? People can rewind and watch that if they want. We had the video of the interceptors going up in Kiryat Shimona about 20 minutes ago or so. Thank you so much, Big Sky. Also, Mountain Man, thanks for the gift membership. I appreciate it. Yeah, I see some stuff online claiming that the bag, his wife's bag, was really expensive. Did the IDF say that at some point? Oh, the IDF actually claimed this today, I believe. Hold on. One of our viewers said might be a knockoff. Yeah, so look, this is what the IDF's Arabic language spokesperson said this. Did Sinwar's wife enter the tunnel with him on October 6th carrying a Birkin bag whose cost is estimated about $32,000? I don't know if this is true. I leave you a comment. While the residents of Gaza do not have enough money for a tent or basic materials, we see many examples of Yahya Sinwar and his wife's special love for money. Again, I can't confirm that. One of our viewers said it could be a knockoff. I don't know. Maybe it is. I have no idea. I do not know. I do not know. Thank you to Lookner for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you also to Wendy Lance, our member. And thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Roberts Mayqueen is moderating. Thank you. Ruth Krafasi and Cynthia Moon are moderating. Thank you. Sabrina Misunderstood. Thank you for moderating. Also over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, and Surly Dev are there. We are hearing a bunch of booms on the northern border between, well, the northern Israeli border with Lebanon tonight. Surly Dev are there. Oops. I am assuming there is more activity going on in southern Lebanon, more Israeli military activity. I can't tell you what it is. Beth Shepard is moderating. Thank you, Beth, on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you. Valerie Gale Griffin. Thanks to Marie Minicello and Diane Allworth for subscribing over on Facebook. Thank you. And Margaret and Beth as well. Linda Bell, could Larry moderate for us on X? Thank you. That's something too, which we just heard. Oh, oops, sorry. Hold on. Yes, thanks, Jim. I forgot to turn back on the other cameras after the rocket attack. I forgot. They're Beirut cameras. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, well, we got to get a different camera. The second Beirut, the original Beirut camera. Oh no, I have that one. I have it. But I don't want volume on it. Okay. The Washington Post says IDF and Hezbollah continue trading attacks on Saturday. On Saturday, the IDF and Hezbollah continued to trade fire. One man in northern Israel was killed when his vehicle was hit by shrapnel, emergency officials said. From a rocket, I believe. So there was a person killed by shrapnel in northern Israel. A large blast was identified in the Dahia area as we hear more booms. A large blast was identified in the southern suburbs of Beirut, Dahia area, and at least 2 people were killed by a drone in Lebanon's city of Junia, according to Lebanese media. The IDF sent out several evacuation warnings this afternoon, including for an area of Dahia and Burj al-Barajneh in Beirut's southern suburbs. A strike was reported in the afternoon in the Dahia area, and photos showed smoke rising from that area, in the area of the airport. That was this afternoon. Also, an Israeli drone killed a man and woman who were driving on a highway north of Beirut, said Lebanese media. Oh, also, there was an update from the IDF. Yeah, it's right here. The Washington Post says the IDF spokesperson said tonight that the IDF had targeted 5 buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut, Dahia area, where he said ammunition storage facilities were hidden in civilian buildings. They actually released some footage today of attacks in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Israeli Defense Forces did. If I can play it here. It says fighter jets, fighter jets of the Air Force. This was like this morning U.S. time, or this was posted 9 hours ago. Fighter jets of the Israeli Air Force attacked under the precise intelligence guidance of the Intelligence Division a number of munitions warehouses in the headquarters of the intelligence headquarters of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in the Dahiyah in Beirut. So these are this footage from earlier today of strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. You actually see the building collapse there. Watch this again. That one collapses too, see? Anyways, that was from earlier today. Hasselhoff says it is safe to say no Israel-Iran strike tonight. I don't know when it's going to happen. It could happen after the election. I don't think it's going to happen 3 days before the election. I think the closer we get to the election, the more likely it's going to come after the election. Because I don't think they're going to want to do it right before the election, because they don't want to be said to be interfering in the election. Thank you, Top Frag, by the way, who says in poor countries they sell knockoffs of jewelry, perfume, expensive products, etc. on the street, but who knows? Thank you, Top Frag. Thank you also, Eric McCune, for your support. And Kurt W9BBW, thank you. And Wendy Lance, thanks for being a member. And Rachel, our new member, thank you, Rachel. Thanks also to Janice McConnell. I really appreciate that, Janice McConnell. Thank you. And Paul G gave 10 people memberships. So nice of you, Paul. Make sure you thank Paul if he gave you a membership. All right, hang on a moment here. It is 4:12 a.m. David M., I don't believe the leak of the documents, of U.S. documents about Israeli preparations for the Iran strike. I don't believe the leak mentioned any specific targets. A lot of dogs barking. Do you see smoke on the Beirut cam? I don't Nobody else has said it, and I don't see it. I'm not saying there isn't any, but I'm not aware of any. Could the leaks be misdirection? Well, I don't know what the intention of them is. I have no idea, but again, it seems I have a hard time thinking the U.S. would intentionally leak those I don't think those documents being leaked are not going to really affect Iran's preparation, I think, much either way. It's not like the document said, like, this is what's going to be hit. So I don't know that it would be that helpful to Iran and make Iran change its preparations. I don't know how valuable they'd be as misdirection, put it that way. I mean, I have no idea, but you never know. I mean, maybe there's something in them that Iran would find really important that's actually not true. So I have no idea. I don't think any benefit the U.S. got from somehow trying to misdirect Iran with those documents would be worth the negatives of having this story out there that top secret documents are leaking. Seems like more of a cost than a benefit. Mountain Life thinks the doc looks legit, but no real info gain for Iran. Josh Zanman says, I think it's more important that someone is leaking rather than what's being leaked. Smoke is on Beirut cam? I mean, maybe it's smoke from earlier today. Where? That's Beirut cam too. Do people see smoke there? There's been no new strikes since we've been on the air, just so you know. Oh, there it is. I brightened it up. It does look like there's a bit of smoke. Maybe that's from earlier today. I take it back. Now I can see it there. See that on the Beirut cam? But again, there has not been any strikes that I'm aware of the last few hours there. So maybe that's from earlier today. You know, I mean, that does happen. We have seen cases on the Beirut cams where, like, stuff that's not a new strike is still smoking. Thanks for letting me know. Oh my gosh. Anyways, well, there is smoke there. Now you know. Now I know. Thanks, Adrian R. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Mauricio Corbin, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you also, Rick D. Oh my gosh, Rick D. has given so many memberships. Rick D. just gave more memberships. And thanks for the donation. Rick D., that's really nice of you. Also, Martin Gerardo. Thank you, Martin, for your support. And Adi Chevris. She says in 2023 was a leak regarding Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that this has anything to do with this leak. There was that leak case. What was that? The person in the Air Force? Jack Teixeira. I'm not going to get all into that now, but Wikipedia, Jack Teixeira is a former American airman in the intelligence wing of the Massachusetts Air National Guard in 2023. Following an investigation into the removal and disclosure of hundreds of classified Pentagon documents, he was arrested by FBI agents and charged with unauthorized retention and transmission of national defense information in violation of the Espionage Act and unauthorized removal and retention of classified documents. He pleaded guilty to 6 counts of willful retention and transmission of national defense information. He will be sentenced in November. Thank you, Adi Chevris. Again, I appreciate it. Oh, new evacuation warning. New evacuation warning for southern suburbs of Beirut. Just happened 4 minutes ago, right there. Urgent warning to residents of the southern suburb, especially those in buildings specified on the 2 maps and located in Haret Harik and Hadath, Beirut. You are located near Hezbollah facilities and interests against which the IDF will operate in the near future. For your safety and the safety of your family members, you must evacuate the building and those adjacent to it and stay away from them for a distance of no less than 500 meters. So, and you can see there's pictures down here. So you're going to be seeing more. I think we might switch the cameras up because you're going to be seeing more strikes on the Beirut cams, I think, in the southern suburbs. So what I'm going to do is I am going to make this one big because I think we're going to see more strikes on those, presumably. And then I need to where's the other one? Oh, oops, I know what I did. So we got to have this be and we got to have this be, and we got to have this be this. And we got to get the audio on the Beirut cam. Hang on, guys. I'm just getting this set up here. Israel-Lebanon border, fine. East. That's that one. This is Beirut View 2 up here. Oh, a rocket alert is happening now, too. Rocket alert going off. Let's see the so far page, what they're saying the rocket alert is. There is one rocket alert. This is not a rocket alert. It is a hostile air. It is a drone alert. It is a drone alert in the Golan Heights. Maybe a drone coming in from Syria. It's a drone alert in the Golan Heights at Meram Golan. I do not have a camera there. I will let you know what I hear about the drone alert. We are expecting at some point soon to see more strikes on our Beirut cams. Oh, I just saw another alert. Is that another drone alert? Let's see. Nope, drone alert. Same place. Golan Heights drone alert, same place. That's not a good headline. How about that? Israel response to Iran expected. Fighting continues in Gaza and Lebanon. Let's do that. That seems to make sense. Although I don't know, that headline is not supposed to say it's expected now. It's expected at some point. How about this? More fighting in Gaza and Lebanon. World waits for Israel response to Iran. Oops, it's a little too big. Oopsie, that didn't work. Yes, it did. Hey, thanks so much to Top Frag. Hey, Top Frag, I mean, you know, when they were doing a lot of strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, normally they would do them, I think, like within the hour. But I don't remember there being a fixed time, but not like 3 hours. Normally it's within the hour. Half an hour, 45 minutes, sooner, later, I'm not sure. Thanks, Top Frag. I really appreciate your support. Thank you also, Aaron McCune. Thank you, Aaron. Also, my dog, Daisy. Thank you so much. My dog, Daisy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Michael King. Michael King thinks the leak could be a message to Israel. There is someone with access to the details of the conflict that's willing to leak info. Thank you so much, Michael King. Again, there has been a warning by Israel tonight for a couple of locations in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We are expecting in the coming minutes, certainly in sometime in the next, I would say 45 minutes maybe, to see more strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We have a couple cameras on Beirut right now. Oh, I was going to put the volume on a little bit on the big camera. Are we getting volume from there? Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I don't know if that one has volume. Oh, you know what? I should switch the cameras because the big one, the bottom one is not manned. So we want the manned one to be the big camera. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this one up here. I'm going to make this Beirut view 2. Then I'm going to make this one Beirut view 1. because the manned one will be moved around. The one that's not manned is not going to be moved around. So you want to have the manned one be the bigger one. Bump up. Can bump up this brightness a little bit on the, it's a little dark. That's too much there. That's too much. I bumped up the brightness a tad on the manned Beirut camera. Just a tad there. Okay, so you're seeing two Beirut cameras, but, oops, what happened to this one? There. So that top camera is not going to move because it is unmanned. The bottom one was just moving a few minutes ago. Oh, thank you so much, KC Steve. So nice of you. KC Steve, thank you. I appreciate that. The warnings are for Haret, Harik, and Hadath, Beirut. Which are southern suburbs. A light just went on and off. Haret Harik, I see that. Where's Hadath? I'll show you on the map. So I'm looking at it, and if you look real quick on the Google map, there is Beirut, center of Beirut, Beirut proper. There's the airport, and in the southern suburbs, Haret Harik is here, and Hadath is here. So those would be, I believe, the areas that these buildings are in that Israel is planning on targeting. And both of those, I believe, are considered in the Dahia area, which is a area of strong support for Hezbollah. So we'll see what happens. You know what I just need? Oh, I was going to put some more volume on from Beirut. Sorry. I put the volume on from Beirut. So we have Beirut volume and border camera volume. We have both of them. Let me just take 1 second here That plane is on the northern border camera. Could those be planes flying towards... Could those be flying toward Beirut? We're hearing planes fly over the Israeli-Lebanon border. So they could be going to Beirut right now, because they would need to cross the border on the way to Beirut. So those could be planes going to strike Beirut right now. Been a long time since there haven't been in the last week or so. There haven't been that many strikes in the Beirut southern suburbs. There used to be more at night and during the day. But we'll see. Maybe those planes we heard might have been the ones going to strike those buildings. It is 4:36 Israel and Lebanon time. What's that on the right? Look at the right of your screen. Look at the right of your screen. What's this over here? What's that right there? Oh, is that a plane coming into land? Is that like a plane coming into land at the airport right now? That could be a plane coming to land at the airport. That light right there. Wow. Well, could be coming in when there's an airstrike going on. I don't see one. I don't see a plane on Flight Radar 24. I don't see a plane on Flight Radar 24 that's landing at the airport. But it certainly looks like it's a plane landing at the airport. That looks like it's landing at Beirut Airport. Yeah, it's got. I mean, it looks like it. So, but again, it doesn't seem to be on Flight Radar 24. All right. I don't even know if this camera will catch. I mean, the cameras might not catch the airstrikes. I don't know. Again, Israel has issued a couple of evacuation warnings for the southern suburbs of Beirut, telling people to get away from certain buildings. So we are expecting in the near future Israeli airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And you know, the warning it sort of implied there might be more airstrikes, because they said, the warning said, an urgent warning to residents of the southern suburb, specifically those, well, no, it did say it. It said, the warning was for those two buildings. It said specifically. But sometimes they strike other targets that they haven't warned about. We'll see what happens. Thanks so much to Sky Panda 82D for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Also, Steph DiGiorgio. We'll do a poll shortly. We'll do one shortly. I know everybody likes the polls. We'll do one shortly. Thank you, Steph. Yes, there is some smoke on View 2, I believe, from a much earlier strike. I think that's from way earlier today or even from before today. That's not from the last few hours, the smoke on View 2. Murph says if Israel waits to respond until after the election and Trump wins, couldn't he ask for the THAAD system and the B-2 bombers to be brought back to the U.S. if he doesn't agree with Israel's response to attacking Iran? Well, even if Trump wins, he doesn't become president until the inauguration. Which is late January. So even if he were to win, he would not be president for 2.5 more months. So eventually, when he's president, he can do what he wants regarding something like that, but he won't be president yet. Thank you, Murph, for the question. Yes, Kiwi NZ, I did speak before about the Israeli strike earlier tonight in Beit Lahia, northern Gaza, where I read an article saying that the Palestinians were claiming that 73 people were killed. Israel said it believed those numbers were exaggerated and that it targeted a Hamas facility. I will let you know if I hear more. Michelle Lazon says, who the blank cares about a blank handbag? Referring to the handbag story, where Israel was claiming, IDF was claiming that Sinwar's wife had a $32,000 handbag. No, Netanyahu's house was not bombed. Netanyahu's house was not bombed. As we mentioned before, there was a drone that was fired in the direction of one of his residence and hit a nearby building, according to his office. Seems like maybe it was intended for his residence. He was not there. His wife was not there. There were no casualties. Donna says his vacation home. The Times of Israel calls it his private home. A couple of outlets claimed the house was hit, but multiple outlets quoted Netanyahu's own office as saying the house was not hit. Just as an example of the reporting, the Washington Post said Netanyahu's own spokesperson said a drone was launched toward his residence in the Caesarea area, but it did not hit his home, and his wife and Netanyahu were not there at the time. Haaretz said the IDF said there were 3 drones launched in the attack, and 2 were intercepted. 2 were intercepted, and 1 struck a home in Caesarea. The New York Times said that Prime Minister Netanyahu's office said that the drone hit a building near Netanyahu's private residence. And Netanyahu and his wife were not home at the time. Oops, sorry about the sound effects. Netanyahu himself released a statement about the drone strike. Netanyahu said, as I said before, Netanyahu said, the attempt by Iran's proxy Hezbollah to assassinate me and my wife today was a grave mistake, he said. This will not deter me or the state of Israel from continuing our just war against our enemies in order to secure our future. Up, I'm hearing planes again. Those planes are on the border camp. What happened? We lost the audio for the... Oh, hold on. We're good. Those planes are on the border camera. I don't know what this light is over here.
ابو عرب سكروا قلت لك وين انا
Reuters says that on Saturday, today, Israeli planes dropped leaflets over southern Gaza with a picture of Sinwar and the message, Hamas will no longer rule Gaza. Israeli strikes earlier today on a multi-floor building in the northern Gaza town of Beit Lahia killed at least 73 people and wounded dozens, medics and Hamas media said. The Israeli military is checking reports of casualties from an airstrike in northern Gaza, an Israeli official said, adding that a preliminary examination suggested the numbers had been exaggerated and did not match information Israel had received. In Beirut's southern suburbs today, Israel carried out heavy strikes on several locations, leaving thick plumes of smoke hanging over the city into evening. We saw one or more such plumes on Beirut View 2 earlier. Earlier today, an Israeli strike killed 2 people as they were traveling on Lebanon's main highway north of Beirut. Those 2 people were traveling on Lebanon's main highway near the Christian majority town of Junia. Israel's military says it was looking into the incident. Another Israeli strike today, says Reuters, killed at least 4 people in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. Health authorities said one of them was the mayor of a nearby town, the second mayor to be killed this week. In a series of Hezbollah rocket launches at Israel, 1 person in Israel was killed and at least 9 injured. Israel said that I think around 200 rockets were fired today from Lebanon into Israel.
داني ايه داني احكي داني لا طوبرني معنا بالحرس.
Also, there may be an update on the drone alert. Yes, there was a drone alert a little while ago in the Golan Heights. The Home Front Command of Israel says that event has ended. I don't know what happened with it, but that event has ended. I need to take about 1 minute. I need 1 minute. We're waiting because Israel has issued multiple evacuation orders in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which means that there are going to be airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which presumably we would see on our Beirut cameras. So we're waiting to see when that happens and what happens, in addition to bringing you other updates. I need to take about 1 minute here. I'm gonna leave the cameras up and disappear for like 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and I'll see you in a minute.
عيطة
Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. We're back. We're bringing you the latest updates from the Middle East. It is almost 5 a.m. Israel says it's going to be striking some targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut shortly. Hasn't happened yet. I'm guessing it will happen soon. Old MacDonald says, I think it is disingenuous to act as though an attempted assassination on the Israeli president is not a major escalation in this conflict. Could you imagine if Iran did this to our leaders? What kind of response would it generate? Well, as I said, I don't know what kind of escalation it is. I mean, Israel has just killed the leader, like the entire leadership of Hezbollah. So, I don't, is it really that much of an escalation if Hezbollah sends a few drones towards the residence of Netanyahu when he's not there? I guess, or maybe one of his residences? I don't know. I mean, I don't think it should be really a surprise that Hezbollah would try to attack Israeli leaders when literally Israel killed the Hezbollah leadership in the last 3 weeks. So, if it was 2 months ago and out of nowhere, Hezbollah sent a drone and tried to kill Netanyahu, to me that would be more provocative than now. So I'm not trying to minimize it. I'm just saying, I mean, if you're Israel and you kill the whole leadership of Hezbollah pretty much, then I don't know that it crosses some red line if Hezbollah sends a few drones towards Netanyahu's house. So I just, the question to me is not whether it's important. It's obviously important. The question is to me, are the leaders of Israel really sitting there in their private office going like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that the gall of Hezbollah, that they would do this. How dare they? The gall of them. How could they even think of doing such a thing? These people, when you've just killed their leader and their leadership at a certain point, I don't know that crosses some big red line anymore. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying, is there really a big red line that it crossed when Israel just killed their leader and their leadership? That's all I'm saying. So it's not to minimize it. It's just to try to put some context in it. In the same way as when you see these reports that Iran is trying to attack Trump, I mean, is that serious? Of course it's serious. You take it seriously. But at the same time, the reason they're supposedly trying to do it is because Trump ordered the assassination of the number 2 most powerful person in Iran, who is Soleimani. That's why they're trying to do it. So I don't think Israel should be surprised if Hezbollah, if it feels it has a chance, goes after Israeli leaders at this point. Yoav says, please stay agenda-free and stop this. Yoav, I gotta confess, I don't know about what I just said has an agenda. I don't know what anything I just said has to do with being biased. I just see it as something that seems pretty reasonable to me. I certainly don't see it as a result of biased thinking, so I don't know why you're saying I have an agenda by saying what I just said. Maybe you're confusing the word agenda with the word opinion. The channel is agenda-free TV, not opinion-free TV. Thanks, by the way, to Chris Timmons for your support. I really appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. Also, JRow49 for the gift membership. Thank you so much. Why am I seeing over here? Oh, is that the airport? There's like these flashing lights back there. I don't know what that is. Oh, maybe that's actually, I mean, it's probably, I think that's the airport back there. So. Right back in here. On the camera too. Again, Israel has said that they're going to attack a couple different targets shortly in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So we're keeping an eye on the Beirut cameras. Thank you, Rick D. Hey, Rick, thank you for all your support, Rick D. That is really nice of you. Rick D., thank you. (5:06 a.m. local time). In case you missed it, we talked about this earlier. At least 7 people were killed in a dock collapse in Georgia. Reuters says at least 7 people were killed after part of a boat dock collapsed, sending at least 20 people into the Atlantic waters off the coast of Georgia. U.S. Coast Guard ships are searching for missing people. The accident happened during a celebration of Sapelo Island's tiny Gullah Geechee community of black slave descendants, authorities said. A gangway was crowded with people waiting for a ferry boat, and the gangway collapsed. That is from the Israel-Lebanon border. It was about 60 miles south of Savannah, Georgia. The cause of the accident was not immediately clear. So it's a really bad story, but I wanted to update you on that. That death toll could go higher. AP says 8 people were taken to hospitals, at least 6 of them with critical injuries. Interestingly enough, in that boat, that gangway collapse in Georgia, a official with the National Resources Department of Georgia said there was no collision with a boat or anything else. The thing just collapsed. We don't know why.
لا مقطوع الكهرباء. ما بدون شيء.
Thank you, Bumble HD, for your support, and Gandalf, our new member, and Wu-Tang Savage. Thanks for watching and supporting Wu-Tang Savage. I would love to visit the Middle East. I never have. Obviously not going there right now, but I would certainly love to visit the Middle East. I would think that soon Israel is going to be striking targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which they issued evacuations warnings for. I think those warnings were about an hour ago. Yeah, the evacuation warnings were issued at 56 minutes ago. Why is the camera zooming in? Why is the camera zooming in? Oh, is it? So, you see there's smoke back there? I believe that smoke is from earlier. I don't think that's new smoke, although you never know. Maybe. It's not even the right location for the evacuated places. I think that's from earlier. The places under evacuation, I think, would be a little bit to the west of the airport. One is new? I don't know. It's pretty zoomed in right now. I don't believe there's any reports of attacks right now. Lebanese media has not reported any new strikes. So when there's strikes, it'll be reported. But Lebanese media has not reported any new strikes. So my assumption is that that is old. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Sorry. That's what I need to do. I still haven't seen any reporting in Lebanese media of a new strike. You know, it's interesting. There's nothing in Lebanese media. About 8 minutes ago, there's a report from a Palestinian outlet. About 8 minutes ago, there's a report from a Palestinian outlet that claims, and Al Arabiya, about 9 minutes ago, claiming there was a strike on the southern suburbs of Beirut. Now, it's also possible it wasn't on camera. It's possible it's a different direction. But it's weird, though, because this camera is manned and it has not moved. So maybe it was the one down there. I don't know. It's weird because it was not reported in Lebanese media, has not reported that I've seen. And normally they report stuff right away. There's nothing. So I don't know if there has been a strike there. We didn't see any kind of flash there. I'll show you the smoke again. I mean, there's smoke coming from, looks like the right, but there was smoke coming from earlier today. There were strikes near the airport today, and there was smoke already coming from those places. So I don't know that this is new. There's been smoke coming for hours from old strikes. Still nothing from Lebanese media that I've seen. And I'm following a bunch of different outlets. Maybe it was off camera and the smoke is blowing over. What is that? Are we seeing a fire? What is that? What is that glow at the bottom there? I don't know. Is that a fire or is that just a light? Doesn't seem to be moving at all. I think I was asking about that before. Wasn't I saying, hey, what's that light over there? Could be cook-off too. They're zooming in on the smoke. Again, I don't know if this is from a new strike. By the way, as I mentioned, I don't believe that if that were a strike, it would be in the area of the two buildings that were ordered to evacuate. Because I believe those two buildings are further to the west. That's just my understanding. The IDF says, following the sirens about an hour ago, that following the drone alert in the Golan Heights, a suspicious aerial target that approached from the east, I assume that's Syria, crossed into Israeli territory and fell in an open area. No injuries were reported. Just give me 2 seconds. I just gotta grab something. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Thanks. Uh-oh. Camera's moving again. Sorry, just checking a couple places for updates here. Yeah, Shadow has mentioned that like 20 minutes ago, Al Jazeera said there was a strike in the southern suburb of Beirut. I mean, Al Arabiya said it too, but I mean, no Lebanese outlet posted about it. Normally the Lebanese news outlets will say it, and they haven't said anything. Thank you, Zanti Misfit. Zanti says, are they going to use Sinwar's body as a bargaining chip? You mean Israel? Personally, I mean, I'm no expert, but I know that the hostages are really the only leverage that Hamas has with Israel. They're hugely important to Hamas. I have a hard time believing that Hamas is going to give up hostages for a dead body when that's their big leverage that they have over Israel. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm sure Israel would probably be happy to give the body over for hostages. I have a hard time believing that. Also, Hamas came out with statements the day after Sinwar was announced as dead, and they said the only way the hostages are coming back is if Israel stops fighting in Gaza, if Israel pulls all its soldiers out, that kind of stuff. They didn't mention the body at all. So it doesn't sound to me like that's going to happen anytime soon, but who knows? Thank you so much, Zanti Misfit, for all your support. I really appreciate it. Also, Ralph Holzer. Thank you, Ralph. Much appreciated. It's been a little over an hour since Israel posted the warning for multiple locations in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Thank you also, Marnie, for the gift membership. Thank you, Marnie. You know, Hezbollah had announced a couple days ago that, what did they say? That they were entering a new phase or something? Their response to Israel. I gotta find it. We read the announcement on the air. But they had said that they were translating to a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with Israel. So I don't know if, like, the drones being sent towards Netanyahu's residence was part of that escalating phase. They weren't very specific in that statement. They said they'd be discussing it in the coming days. Yeah, they said, we announced the transition to a new and escalating phase in the confrontation with the Israeli enemy, which will be discussed in the course of the coming days. Volume up. What do you? First of all, please use the word please. When you just say volume up, it's kind of rude. But I don't know what you mean. Which volume? My volume? The camera volume? Somebody else said they can't hear me. Can't hear who? The levels are normally what they have them at. Everybody else is saying the volume is fine. There might be distant booms on the northern camera, which you can't hear with the Beirut camera on. See, the Beirut camera's on, and the east border camera's on. I just turned off the audio on the Beirut camera, and now you can hear the border camera better, but I want to have the audio on for both cameras because there might be a strike in the Beirut area.
لا يا اخي ضرب حي الامريكان الثاني ما ضربه قوي حي الامريكان الحاره مش ضاربه مع بعض نوره ما بتسمع خفيفه
That you could hear. AP reports that some people have gotten their power back in Cuba after a large blackout that has lasted a couple of days. It was unclear when power will be fully restored across the country in Cuba, says AP. We're hearing some booms from the Israel-Lebanon border camp. By the way, AP says Cuba gets its power from huge thermoelectric plants, and which require, and some smaller ones which require crude oil to operate. The country produces about half the crude needed but must purchase some of the rest on the international market, which can be difficult and costly due to U.S. sanctions. It has also depended on allies like Venezuela and Russia for cheaper fuel. Authorities have been working since last year in Cuba on a project to upgrade the island's electrical grid through the use of alternative power sources. A project to build 31 centers generating solar energy is underway and projected to be completed next year. Authorities said that the outage that began Thursday stemmed from increased demand from small and medium-sized companies and residences' air conditioners. They also blamed breakdowns in old thermoelectric plants that haven't been properly maintained because of a lack of hard currency due to U.S. sanctions, as well as insufficient fuel to operate some facilities. Thank you so much to Karen FC Sap. Karen FC Sap, so nice of you. Thank you for your support. Also, Palm Tree for the gift membership. Thank you, Palm Tree. Our new member, David Ridgway, thanks. David M., thank you for your gift membership. Thank you. Also, ugly blank, I'll say, over there on Twitch. UW, you ugly blank, thank you. All right, people had wanted a poll question. We're going to ask a poll question. So, as we discussed earlier, reportedly the Hezbollah fired 3 drones earlier today in the direction of Netanyahu's private residence on the coast of Israel. And one of them actually hit a building near his residence, according to his office and his spokesperson. Netanyahu released a statement about it that we told you earlier, where he said, what was the start of his statement? He said, the attempt by Iran's proxy Hezbollah to assassinate me and my wife today was a grave mistake. This will not deter me or Israel from continuing our just war against our enemies in order to secure our future. So the question is, will the drone attempt on Netanyahu home change Israel's response to Iran? Will Israel somehow change its plans because of, big boom, because of that drone attempt? Yes or no? That's going to be the question I ask you. So I just posted the poll on YouTube, and I'll post it on Twitch. In the YouTube chat, they are saying 56% say no, it will not change the Israeli response to Iran. 44% say it will. And on Twitch, The idea would be that Israel blames Iran for it because Iran is the sponsor of Hezbollah. Over on Twitch, 68% say no, 32% say yes. We're starting to hear a bunch of booms on the Israel-Lebanon border. That's the camera on the top left there. I don't want to leave these on the screen for that long in case there's some sort of airstrike. So I will take the poll off the main screen, but I appreciate you voting in our poll. 68% say no on Twitch, 55% say no on YouTube. Normally, given when those warnings were by Israel for southern suburbs of Beirut, we would have, it was over an hour ago. Normally we would have seen some airstrikes by now.
هلا بشرفك انه ال20 دايرين يعني ما فيش ولا وحده دايره. هيدا 14 خيا عم حرك له المطار والدنيا يا زلمه. قل له رقمه 14 قل له رقمه 14 قل له 14 اطفي قل له 14
I Rule All thinks it's coming soon. The voices are from people near the camera, near the large camera. Well, near the main camera. I don't know if they're workers, if they're camera people, or they're just people nearby the camera. Thank you, Giblutz Futterden, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Janice McConnell. Thank you so much, Janice. It's very nice of you. Janice McConnell. And, oh, I'm not going to put it on right now. I do have a Gaza border camera, too. I'll keep an eye on the Gaza border cam, but I think these are the best ones to have up right now. Thank you, Janet, for watching as well, in your kind words. Thank also to OKBdog82. Thank you, OKBdog. And Long Range Precision Shooting. Thanks so much for your support. Very much appreciated. I haven't seen updates yet on the strike in Beit Lahia. In northern Gaza, Reuters says an Israeli airstrike that hit several houses and a multi-story residential building in Beit Lahia in northern Gaza caused dozens of casualties, doctors and officials said, with rescue operations still underway. The Hamas media office said at least 73 people had been killed in the strike. No official casualty figures were immediately available from the health ministry. However, a senior health ministry official said the figures were accurate. The Israeli military said it was looking into the incident, but said the numbers used by Hamas's media office were exaggerated. It said the figures did not align with its own information, the precise munitions used, or the accuracy of the strike, which it said was directed at a Hamas target. Palestinian health officials said rescue operations were being hampered by the cutoff of telecommunications and internet services for a second day. The Hamas media office said this is a war of genocide and ethnic cleansing, and that there's been a massacre in Beit Lahia. Residents and medics said Israeli forces had tightened their siege. Hold on. All right, that was something. We just heard something. We just heard a boom. We just heard a boom. Which camera was that on? We just heard something flying in a boom. Was that in Beirut? We just heard something fly in and we heard a boom. And I think the guy said, whoa. So was that in Beirut? Because we didn't see anything. That sounds like we heard something actually hit. But I don't know, I'm not sure that was on the Beirut camera, but it certainly sounded like it. But they're not moving the camera, and you'd think they would be moving the camera if they saw something. I would have to rewind it to see whether it was on the Beirut camera or the Lebanon border camera. But we definitely heard the sound of something whooshing and then a boom. But they're not moving the camera. Now that is on the border camera, I believe. That one right there. Right. M. Deskin said it sounded like that could have been an airstrike. But again, we didn't see anything on either of the cameras, and this camera is not moving. I haven't seen anything in Lebanese media about it yet. Hold on a second here. I just checked AP. I just checked Al Jazeera. I don't see anything on either of them, either. So normally if there's an airstrike, you have cameras that are focusing on it. So I wonder if that was maybe in the on the northern border camera. I would have to go back and check it though. Which is an involved process. I can maybe replay the sound for you of what we heard. If I can find it. Border camera, I believe. That one. Hold on. I have to rewind and see if I can. Right here. All right, I'm going to replay you the audio from before. I am replaying audio from earlier. Here's the audio from earlier. I'm going to hit play on it right now. Hold on. You'll hear it in a second. Residents and medics said Israeli forces had tightened their siege. Hold on. All right, that was it. You could hear something flying through the air and then a boom. That sounded to me like an airstrike, but again, it may have been on the northern border. I mean, on the Israeli-Lebanon border. I'll play it again. Here's the audio again. Medics said Israeli forces. Hold on. Now, why is this camera moving? Timothy Burrows said that sounded like an airstrike. But I'm not aware of any new reports of an airstrike. Yes, there is. Hey, guys, we didn't see it. NBN Lebanon, news outlet Lebanon, says 2 airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. Why no one is showing it anywhere, I don't know. But we have Lebanese media just posted, NBN Lebanon said there was 2 airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut. I think we heard one of them. But again, not on either of these cameras. I checked some other cameras. I didn't see anything. Al Jazeera isn't showing anything on their camera. So I don't know. A flash on 2? Okay, hold on. You might see it on 1. Wait, the cameras are one after the other. Hold on a second. You might see it on camera 1 next. Give it a second. I'll rewind the flash on view 2. All right, I'll rewind it so you can see it. That boom you heard, the sound is delayed on view 2. I think the boom you just heard right now was from camera 2. 5:50:05. All right, I will show you, because I was checking something. I didn't even see the flash on camera 2. I'll rewind. Yes, we caught it. I'm going to leave this for a second, but I'll actually show you. There was a significant flash on camera 2, right in the middle of the screen. Clearly an airstrike. Why it's not coming up on the other camera, I don't know. The other camera is manned. The wide camera, view 1 is actually manned. View 2 is not manned, so it's not zooming in at all. You want to see the replay here? I don't want to miss anything. I'll show you the replay in a second. Now let's try this. Let's try this. Ready? I'm going to show you the replay right now. Here's the replay. Hold on. What was that? That sounded like it might have been another one, but that could have been on the northern border, though. We have the northern border camera on as well. Hang on. Give me a moment. All right, watch the middle of your screen. I'm gonna do a replay right now. Watch the middle of your screen right now. Watch. View 2. Right there. You see that right there? One more time. View 2. See that big flash there? Maybe I can freeze it. All right, let me try to freeze it, but I'll go back to present. All right, that's live right there. That's live right there. You're looking at the live shot now. But we did just see an airstrike. Why can't I do this? Yeah, it was quick. It was only a couple frames. I freeze framed it, and it was like, it's very quick. Really quick, if you look back on the replay, there it is. I froze it for you. That's what it looked like frozen right there. See that there? But I had to freeze it on a particular frame. It was fast, but that was it right there about 5 minutes ago or so. And there looks like maybe smoke coming up in that area. I can check the brightness on that. It's hard to see. I don't really see smoke. Let me make it bigger for a second. I mean, I just made it really bright just so you could see, but it's sort of near it looks like it's kind of near the airport. Yeah, I'm not seeing much. No, I don't think it's necessary. I don't know that it's flaming. When I turn the brightness way up, it gets very bright, but I think it's right near the airport, so there's a bunch of lights over there. No, the bottom screen is not frozen. The bottom screen is not frozen. You can literally see this light blinking on and off. Hang on, let me see if I can find out anything about those airstrikes. But we saw one. Yeah, Lebanese LBCI Lebanon News says Israeli airstrikes at the southern suburbs of Beirut after a warning by Israeli military. Oh, Al Mayadeen says an Israeli airstrike targeted the Hadath area on the outskirts of the southern suburb of Beirut. It might have been, one or more of the airstrikes may have been off camera. I bet when we heard that sound of of something whooshing in and then a boom, I bet that was an airstrike that was off camera somewhere, because it really did sound like an airstrike. I'll let you know if I get any updates. Hang on one moment. Oh, I didn't end the poll. I'm sorry. Forgot to end the poll over there on YouTube. It ended up no 51, yes 49. I asked, will the drone attempt on the private residence of Netanyahu cause Israel to change its attack plans for Iran? Oh, are we seeing smoke now? Hold on. Hold on. Yes, it looks like there's smoke back there. See, guys, I just turned up the brightness. I think I'm going to switch the two cameras for the moment. Let me switch the two cameras so you can see that better. So you can definitely see smoke coming up. I bumped up the brightness a bunch. I'll turn it down a little bit, but there's definitely smoke coming up back there. You can see it. That's after the airstrike. And then let me get on the screen this other camera, but I'm going to put it up top. Hang on. Hang on. What happened here? What happened here? Why is this being all fidgety? Stop being fidgety. There we go. You know what though? I'm going to have to make this small. There. So you're seeing smoke in the back there where there was an airstrike. I'm looking at camera 2. I just made it super bright. If you can see smoke, it's not as clear in that camera. Much more clear in camera 1. So kind of near the airport, it looks like. I'll show you again the strike. We saw the strike. If you look at the top of your screen, let me just show you a replay here. Look at the top of your screen. Look right up here. You'll see when it happened. Watch right up here. Right up here, you'll see a flash. That was it. It was real quick, about 10 minutes ago. There you see it on camera 2 there, but camera 2 I've now made camera 1. And now the smoke. M. Smallywog says very close to airport. I mean, it looks like the airport's just in the back there with that big flashing light, so. Hey, thank you, Jonathan Sharp. Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, I don't think things are ending anytime soon in the Middle East. I wish they would, but for the benefit of everybody there. But this is still going, this conflict. Thank you, Jonathan Sharp. You can see the light is starting to come up. Hang on a second here. There is a flash flood emergency in Roswell, New Mexico. Reed Timmer mentioned this. Flash flood emergency, Roswell, New Mexico, and Midway, New Mexico. Says NWS flash flood. I looked it up and they said, hang on, I'll tell you. I think they said they'd gotten like between 4 to 7 inches of rain and we're supposed to get more. Yeah, National Weather Service says that the area has gotten between 4 to 7 inches of rain, and additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible. Still see smoke coming up back there. Starting to get light out. We're going to stay on a little later tonight because we started a bit later than we normally would. So we'll stay on a bit later than we normally do. I am Jonathan says, with the Jewish holidays being over now, well, Sukkot still goes until next Wednesday. Until Wednesday. Do you think the booming will get worse? I don't know if Israel has been waiting to respond to Iran till after all these holidays. I do not know if that has anything to do with it. But Sukkot ends. The last day of Sukkot is what, Wednesday, I think? Believe it's Wednesday night. Thank you so much, Rick D, for the gift memberships. Very nice of you, Rick D. Thank you. Hang on a second here. Make that a little less dark. We don't need it so bright anymore. Thank you also, Ali B from Tennessee, for the gift membership. Thank you, Ali B.
وقفوا هون لعلي هون وقف هيك عليه حط اجرك هيك تبرم له الكاميرا شوي نحن بنهتم فيه لعلي بس هو حط يصحصح على الفيديو وكلهم وبهدلتهم كلهم برضه ايه بعده نفسه يقول يا حمار انت بحرب وبعدين فرجوني فوق بطولي واحمد وشلحه وبهدلت الكل كيفنا هنا في نص ساعه عم نحكي مع بعض محمد فرحات الكل لك ايه انتم تغيروا الجو للشباب.
If you missed it before, U.S. investigating unauthorized release of classified documents on Israel attack plans. A couple of documents appeared on a pro-Iranian Telegram channel that appeared to have been top secret documents that were leaked recently. They don't say reportedly what Israel is going to attack in their attack on Iran and when it's going to be, but they do talk about some preparations Israel has been making. It is unclear if there are more documents that have been leaked that have just not been posted. Associated Press says the U.S. is investigating an unauthorized release of classified documents that assess Israel's plans to attack Iran. 3 U.S. officials said. A 4th U.S. official said the documents appear to be legitimate. The documents are attributed to the U.S. Geospatial Intelligence Agency and National Security Agency, and note that Israel continues to move military assets in place to conduct a military strike in response to Iran's ballistic missile attack on October 1st. They were shareable within the Five Eyes, which are the U.S., Great Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. The documents, which are marked top secret, were posted online to Telegram and first reported by CNN and Axios. Officials spoke on the condition of anonymity to AP. The investigation is examining how the documents were obtained, including whether it was obtained by a leak by a member of U.S. intelligence, of the U.S. intelligence community, or obtained by another method like a hack. It could have been a hack. And whether any other intelligence information was compromised. Officials are working to determine who had access to the documents before they were posted. And then the New York document said it was a couple of documents, but it's not known if there are more. These documents appeared on Friday on Telegram on a pro-Iranian site. One document describes recent apparent rehearsal exercises by Israel. The second says Israel is shifting missiles and weapons in case Iran strikes back. Some officials told The Times that if no other documents come to light, the damage from the leak would be limited. But others say it's just it's a serious problem that these would get out. Back in April of 2023, it was revealed publicly that an Air National Guardman, Jack Teixeira, posted a bunch of classified material on Discord. He is now awaiting sentencing. His sentencing is supposed to be in November, next month. The Times noticed that the Discord leak last year was only found out about last year. It started only with a few documents, and then it grew and grew how many were out there. So we'll have to see if there's any other documents that get posted. Hey, the sun is coming up. Look at this. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Kim Rivard. Kim, that is very generous of you. Kim Rivard, thank you so much. Also, Brian Beelman gave 20 people memberships. Make sure you thank Brian if he gave you a membership. Thanks, Brian. Dr. Seuss, thank you. Dr. Seuss thinks it was Israel purposely leaking it. I don't even know if Israel originally had that document. Thank you, Dr. Seuss. Also, I Love Cookies. Thank you, I Love Cookies, for the gift membership. Thank you. Shout out to our moderators as the sun continues coming up. It's so loud on that camera. Thanks to our Twitch mods, I got that fire. Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thanks to you. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. We have had Margaret Riley there. And Charlotte and Paul Anderson. Thanks, Paul, for being there. Thanks to our subscriber over there, Yolanda Garcia, on Facebook as well. Thanks, Yolanda. Margaret Riley subscribes as well. Thanks to our YouTube moderators, Misunderstood, Beth Mythical, Ruth Kafasi, Cynthia Moon, and Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you. Now, just thanking some people. We have, shout out to our subscribers on Twitch, like Tatermong, Wall Street, Shaggy, Al Yat Sion, Nanok Q, I Rule All, Real Change, Fish Chacos, Tegrity Farmer Bob, McBritches. These are some of our subscribers over there on Twitch. 47 Aero Sedan, Extreme Tiger, Ace High 1983.
صباح الخير أحمد. خلال الدقائق الماضية تجددت الغارات والاعتداءات الإسرائيلية
Mahjong Lady.
على الضاحية ومحيط
Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers.
غارتان شنهما الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي استهدفتا عدد من المباني السكنية في منطقة حارة حريك بداية وفي منطقة الحدث على
6:15 a.m.
لبيروت. المبنى الأول المستهدف يقع تحديدا وبشكل مباشر بالقرب من مسجد الحسنين في حارة حريك وبالقرب أيضا من مستشفى بهمن. هذه المنطقة أو هذا المربع تحديدا يقصف ويستهدف للمرة الأولى. نتحدث عن يعني بشكل مباشر على مدخل مسجد الإمامين الحسنين في حارة حريك. أما المبنى الثاني فهو يقع في نطاق بلدية الحدث على تخوم الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. هذان مبنيان.
I'm going to turn this camera down a little bit because I want to hear more of what's going on the border camera.
الاحتلال عود وأصدر تهديداته فجرا ومع ساعات الصباح الأولى ومن بعدها شن غارتين على الضاحية الجنوبية. هذه بالنسبة إلى آخر المعطيات الأمنية وآخر الإحداثيات خلال هذه الساعة. أما بالنسبة إلى ما حصل خلال يوم أمس، الاحتلال شن سلسلة كبيرة من الغارات وصلت إلى 11 غارة استهدفت عدد من المناطق في الضاحية.
I don't have the documents. I'm not going to show them anyway, even if I had them. Oh, I wanted to read you, I forgot. The Institute for the Study of War posted something today. Hey guys, I want to show you something from the Institute for the Study of War about the drone attack. I just forgot. I was going to show you this before and I forgot. The Institute for the Study of War, I really like this page. They do research and post-analysis about military conflicts going on around the world. Understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to this article, but they have an update from yesterday. They said, let me just read you a little bit of it. Hezbollah likely conducted a drone attack targeting Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence in Caesarea, Israel, on October 19th. 3 drones crossed into Israeli territory from Lebanon. The IDF said one of the drones hit a building with no casualties. Israeli residents reported hearing a large explosion following the drone's impact. Neither Netanyahu nor his wife were at the residence at the time of the impact. Leaked images of the residence show damage to the side of a building. I haven't seen that. Netanyahu warned in a statement that the Iranian-backed groups that tried to assassinate him made a grave mistake. The Institute for the Study of War says Hezbollah likely intended to kill Netanyahu by using drones to evade Israeli air defenses. Drones pose substantial challenges to IDF air defenses, though the IDF is gradually improving its counter-drone capabilities. The IDF intercepted the other two drones that crossed from Lebanon and triggered warning alarms. The Institute for the Study of War says, we are unable to assess what the targets of those two drones might have been. Hezbollah most recently penetrated Israeli air defenses when a drone struck the IDF 1st Infantry Brigade's training camp south of Haifa on October 13th. I believe that killed 4 soldiers. Hezbollah combined short-range, imprecise rockets with drones and missiles during the October 13th attack. There have not been indications that Hezbollah also used indirect fire such as rockets in the October 19th drone attack. Hezbollah has used single drones to penetrate Israeli air defenses in the past, however, by flying the drones at a low altitude and through challenging terrain to prevent radar detection. The Institute for the Study of War also says Hezbollah may have decided to target higher value Israeli officials in response to the recent Israeli operations that have killed multiple senior Axis leaders. Like I was saying before, I don't think Israel should be surprised if Hezbollah targets Israeli leaders when Israel has basically killed off pretty much the whole Hezbollah leadership in the last few weeks. Hezbollah has not claimed or acknowledged the drone attack on Netanyahu's residence as of this writing, but Hezbollah's operations did announce on the 18th that it would transition to a new and escalating phase in its attacks on Israel, which I also mentioned to you before. I said, is this drone attack part of the new and escalating phase? Ooh, this camera's moving around. I don't know what we're really seeing on it, though. Hezbollah's Deputy Secretary General also said on October 15th Hezbollah would initiate a new phase of the war designed to inflict high casualties on Israel. I'm going to post a link to the article I was just reading. There's a lot more in there about Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon. So I'm going to post a link to it right now. ISW article. You can go check out the Institute for the Study of War article. Oops. Hold on. Give me a moment. Why is this happening now? I hate this. I'll post it in a second. I need a second here. Got signed out of a thing and I got to sign back in. It's a whole big pain in the butt. Give me one moment here. Okay, I'm back. Signed back in. Hey, thanks Stephanie Brunk, our new member. Thank you. How strange to see the sunrise, says Dodger Blue. Yeah, we haven't been on a lot during the day lately. Oh, you can kind of see some smoke back there during the day their time. You kind of see some smoke in the back there. But we started late today, so I'm staying on a little later. They have an interesting map in that ISW article I posted a link to of the southern Lebanon here in the border with Israel. And they say these light blue areas are the areas of assessed Israeli advance. You know, just maybe a mile or two in some of these areas. And the dark blue is closed military zone, and the checkered is the evacuation area where Israel has evacuated people from because Hezbollah keeps firing rockets into those areas. Again, I'll post a link to the article with the map now. You can see some smoke also. Can you guys see the smoke in the middle there? You know, if you're watching on YouTube, you can actually zoom in. You can actually do that on YouTube. You can pinch the screen and widen out with your fingers, which I just did on my iPad. And you can see the smoke on this shot. Especially, I mean, that might be the airstrike that we saw like an hour ago. But, right, it's below Beirut View 2. But you definitely see it there. I have access to a Gaza camera, but I'm not really seeing anything worth showing on that right now. Now, did I lose audio from one of these shots? What happened? I feel like we're temporarily not hearing the border camera. Yeah, the border camera audio went out for some reason. I assume it'll be back. So Al Jazeera says there were 3 airstrikes on the southern suburb of Beirut, 2 of them on the Hadath area and the 3rd in Harat Harik. I think we might have not seen the ones in the Hadath area. I showed you a map before, but there's the airport down here, and Harat Harik is here, and then the Hadath area is over here. So I don't know where our cameras are exactly, but I think they're maybe in Beirut and they're looking south towards the airport because you see the airport in the background. So I think maybe the ones in Hadath were maybe off to the side. I don't know for sure. But Harat Harik is closer to the airport than Hadath is, so maybe we just didn't see the ones in Hadath. Hey, thanks Brian Beelman for the sticker. I really appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. What about view 2? Yeah, I mean, one of our viewers said it seems like it's looking west. Sean Hennessy says maybe southwest or something. I mean, they also changed the angles. Beirut View 2 is now not looking at the airport, it looks like. But that camera's been turning around. Actually, Tasneem news agency in Iran posted a picture of one of the strikes in southern Beirut. Al Arabiya about 20 minutes ago reported violent clashes between Hezbollah members and the Israeli army on the Alta al-Shab axis. Now, I don't know if that's true, but there could be fighting going on at the border. We don't have cameras inside southern Lebanon. They said that's in the area of Alta al-Shab. Eta al-Shab, I think it is, which is right near the border. I believe, if I have the translation right, that the Al Arabiya report is that there's fighting going on just north of the Israeli border with Lebanon, here, Eta al-Shab area. But I'm not, there's a town there you can see, but I'm not positive. But that seemed to be what they were saying. Yeah, I mean, that area is not so close to our camera. Well, actually, I don't know. No, the camera is more to the east of that. But you are seeing that smoke continue to come up from, looks like pretty close to the airport. Yes, that is water. That's the coast. You're looking at the coast right there. The airport is on the coast. See, so the airport is here. It's right on the coast. I assume the airstrike with the smoke is somewhere in here. It's Harat Harik, I think. Lisa sent me an unconfirmed image claiming to show some damage at the home of Netanyahu's house. Again, the New York Times and who else? Another outlet said, oh, there's more smoke coming, said that his house was not hit, according to his office. But there's more smoke coming out, guys. Oh, we saw a flash? Oh, there was another strike. There's another. I missed it. There was another strike. People are saying there was another. I see the smoke. I will replay it. I guess there was another strike there. Yeah, there's a boom. Okay, the boom was a delayed boom, but the boom you just heard is from the big camera, and that was the strike. And the guys on the top camera are talking about it. There was just another strike. Or it was a secondary explosion. Hold on. Oh, they got it. They got it on this camera now. They got it on the second camera too. Let me get rid of the border camera. Hold on. Let me get rid of the border camera. Let me put this over here. Look at that. They got it on both cameras. One of the cameras is behind the other. So a new strike. I will rewind it so you can actually see the. I missed the flash, but another airstrike, or it was a secondary explosion. I don't know. This I'm gonna have to do this too. Just for the moment, I'm going to make this big here so you guys can see this. Look at that. There you go right there. Beirut View 2. For the moment, I'll just leave it like this. I don't want to miss anything, though. So I'll replay it for you, but you can see there another strike. Yeah, I didn't see it right when it happened, but I'm going to replay it right now for you. What was the time? Now that I think that was from the northern border. I'm going to turn off the. For the moment, I'm going to turn off the northern border camera. Just for the moment, because I want to focus on what's going on in Beirut. Give me a moment here. I was going to rewind it for you and show you the actual hit. Let me just make this big again so you can see it. You can see all that smoke right there. Wow. Oh, that was quick. Wow, okay. So I'm going to show you guys right now. Here is a replay. Here is a replay of what happened. Ready? Here's the replay. Now watch right in here and you'll see it real quick. It's like a quick flash. Harder to see during the daytime, I think. Let me play that one more time. Right in here. See the flash there? I'll play it one more time. And then there's the flash, and watch. You see the smoke come up. See the dark smoke? Look at that. You see the flash, and you see all that dark smoke come up right after, right there. Yeah, I missed the actual flash. Again, I'm going to do that one more time. We just happened a couple minutes ago. Watch it one more time. Right there. There's your flash, and then the dark smoke bursts up. And then you get the smoke column coming up. So that was just a couple minutes ago. I don't know if it was the same location. I mean, it was close to where we were seeing smoke before. All right, so let me go back to the live shot now. That was thanks for the time code. That was the replay. And the live shot now, you got the smoke here on this shot. Let me shrink this one now. Wow.
انه يبقى مظبوط.
هذه ما يعجلنا معدتنا.
لا بالعكس الشوكولاته بيتفرج.
راح ياكل اثنين في شيء عبالي. هلا راح ياكل اثنين.
وين بدك وين؟
This is the southern. You're looking at the southern suburbs of Beirut.
بيروت. ولا على طريق الحلاق.
Matthew thinks it was a secondary explosion. I mean, that's a really big secondary explosion. If that was a secondary explosion, I'm going to see if there's any reports of new airstrikes, because it was a big flash and a lot of smoke.
هلا بقول صوت. شو اسم المحل؟ والله ما اعرف
Yes, NBN Lebanon has a photo of it and says it was a fourth airstrike. So this was a new airstrike. I will post a link to their post. I just posted a link to the NBN Lebanon post where they have a picture of it. But yes, this was a new airstrike. So there have been 4 in the southern suburbs of Beirut in the last hour and a half or so. But we just saw the latest one. Now what I can do actually is maybe I can throw this back up here. I'm going to throw this back up here. I'm going to put this one here. I'm going to put this one. This. This. Get this up there. I'll get the sound back on from the border camera. Don't want it too loud. And then we need a why is this? That boom is from the northern border. Why is this cooperating? Hang on, let me just fix this here. I gotta fix this. Why is this being all weird? I don't know why it's being weird. Why is it shrinking so much? That's why. That's what was happening. Okay. Thank you to C. Womble. I really appreciate your support, C. Womble. Thank you. Also, thank you so much, Dolores Honeycutt. That's really kind of you, Dolores. Thank you so much. And Pete. Thank you, Pete. Really nice of you. Thank you, Pete. Much appreciated. Yeah, the big boom you heard was on the border camera, the Israel-Lebanon border. You hear the artillery and tank fire sometimes on that camera.
لا الثاني ما اديكم ما جبت له جوزته والعالم شيء مثل شو اسمه التركي.
Brand, our viewer, says, we would not be in this situation had the UN peacekeepers stopped Hezbollah from firing missiles and rockets in Israel. Well, I don't, honestly, they didn't have the power to. The UN peacekeepers are not told to forcibly attack Lebanon. I don't think they had the mandate to or the force to physically stop Hezbollah from firing rockets and at Israel before. Now, and remember, the UN is just the countries that make the UN is not like some separate country. The UN forces can only do what the countries who make up the UN have them do and approve them doing. So, yes, in theory, if the international community had kept Hezbollah from firing rockets at Israel, Israel would not be attacking Hezbollah right now. That is true. But I just want to clarify that it's not that there's this other thing, the UN, that's separate from all the other countries. The UN is just a union of countries that the countries get together, they decide what to do, and they decide what to tell the forces to do. But as far as I'm aware, the forces, it was not their responsibility, nor were they equipped to forcibly attack Hezbollah if Hezbollah started moving into southern Lebanon and firing rockets. I believe their big responsibility was to report on what they saw. So, all they can do is report it, and then it's up to the countries that make up the UN to whether to do anything about it. And ultimately, nothing was done about it. Thank you, Brand, for writing in.
هذا ما بحبه بس هو اغلى واحد بالعالم.
Sorry, I'm checking some of the messages people have been sending in. Oh, look at this. They're showing more smoke on Beirut View 2. Sorry, I'm just letting you see this here. Beirut View 2 is focusing on the smoke there.
قبل الموقف
I'm just checking for some updates here. Now that we just heard a boom, was that in Beirut or was that in the border area? I don't know. It was in one of the two, because I have the audio on from both. Well, the cameras aren't moving, so I assume it's, especially the top one. So I assume it was the border area. No, the cameras are all live. The cameras are all live. Artix thinks the peacekeepers should move out of the way. They aren't helping, but only make it harder for Israel to conduct raids. They're going to have to fix that top camera. It's letting in too much light, I think. The Gaza Health Ministry, according to the Washington Post, the Gaza Health Ministry says Israel is intensifying its targeting of the health system in northern Gaza. I don't know if this is true. Israel might say they're targeting Hamas sites. The general director of all the hospitals in Gaza told the Washington Post the Israeli forces fired a spree of bullets and artillery against the perimeter of one hospital and shelled the upper floor of another. I don't know to what degree those hospitals are even operating. I do not know. A lot of what happens in with Gaza, these strikes, is Gaza authorities will say it's, Israel's targeting a hospital, Israel's targeting some place like a school, or where Israel's targeting people who are sheltering, like, people, displaced people, and Israel will say, no, we're targeting a Hamas site, like a Hamas headquarters. And then it's kind of difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. Oh, thanks to the Guardian 1. Thank you, the Guardian. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thank you to Sparky. Thank you, Sparky, for your support. Party of One, our member. Thank you, Party of One. Jesse James, thank you. And Jasper Axelrad. Jasper thinks the UN should have pressured Hamas more on hostage release and Hezbollah on rocket ceasefire. The UN, so I understand what you're saying, but the UN is just the countries that make it up. I don't know that Hezbollah was going to listen to that from them. Now, maybe if you mean, the rest of the world should have pressured them more. I think some countries probably don't. Some countries were actually around the world support Hezbollah and Hamas in their fight against Israel. Anyways, Jasper, though, thinks that the UN is more biased against Israel, which is something that Israel thinks. We watched Netanyahu's speech at the UN a few weeks ago when he believes they're very biased against Israel. My point with the Gaza stuff is when you hear about these reports, I don't think Israel is intentionally targeting a hospital just to hit a hospital or displaced people just to hit displaced people. At the same time, I think it's pretty clear that Israel sometimes will attack a site where they think it is Hamas related, and they also know that there's innocent people there, and they just feel, the target is important enough to justify the collateral damage. So when you hear about one of these, these ongoing airstrikes, and then the Gaza authorities say they're attacking the hospital. Well, I don't think they're just attacking a hospital to attack a hospital. But when Israel's just like, it's a Hamas facility, and we do our best to minimize the casualties, I do think at a certain point, what's actually happening is probably somewhere in between the two accounts. Was there another strike? Why are they focusing in on now? I don't see anything. They're zooming in on camera on Beirut 2. Oh, you know what happened? This is my fault. It's my fault, Beirut View 2. I had turned the brightness up a little bit. There you go. Sorry. When it was dark, I turned the brightness up a little bit, and it was too bright now. So I just fixed it. Sorry about that. It was helpful when it was dark, not as helpful now. Thank you for watching Policial Gamer. No, that is not smoke on View 2. That looks like trees. I can't win. You can't win. Marie-Claude Vigneault says, I'm leaving. I cannot believe what you are saying. How come at least 40,000 people killed by Israel? You get attacked by both sides. You can't win. Thank you, KM Alabama RTR member. Yeah, I had the brightness. Thanks. I had that brightness up a bit, and I forgot about it. I just remembered. That boom is coming from the border camera. That's not coming from Beirut. Thank you also, the Outer Rim. And thanks, Joe Wee, for watching as well. The Economist had an article today or yesterday. Yahya Sinwar will hold sway over Hamas from beyond the grave. But they talk about what might happen next. One of the things the Economist says is that Israel may seek what amounts to Hamas's surrender, with a demand that any surviving Hamas members take safe passage from the Strip and dissolve Hamas's formal role in Gaza's governance. Should Hamas hesitate at this, Israel may choose to fight on, grounding down the group's manpower even further. Oh, there's more smoke coming out there. I don't know if that's new or just from before, that area before. The Economist says Hamas could become more violent and extremist with Iran's backing. They say Hamas could become more violent and extremist with Iran's backing, with the intention of rearming and recruiting in Gaza and the West Bank in the coming years, and decades in preparation for another culminating attack on Israel. Or they could become more moderate and compromise, both on how Gaza is governed and perhaps rebuilt, and over the future of relations between the Palestinians and Israel. Shillinator thinks this war will spread around the entire globe. You are hearing booms on the border camera. The Israel-Lebanon border. What is this? I'm seeing something here, a report. Hang on a moment. Walla News says, oh, I think I know what this is about. Walla News Israel says residents of Haifa, Israel reported a loud explosion heard in the port area. And they also heard that they reported they heard an announcement calling to enter a protected area. I think there may have been a drone approaching Haifa that was not, maybe there was no alarm. Yes, Al Jazeera says that Israel's Channel 12 said that Israel's air defenses intercepted a suspicious object off the coast of Haifa without activating any warning. So the idea would be that people in Haifa weren't hearing any sirens or anything, and all of a sudden they hear this boom, I guess. That's what it's sounding like. But yes. So Channel 12 News Israel said that a suspicious aerial target was intercepted off the coast of Haifa without warning. They posted that like 20 minutes ago. The water you're looking at is, I believe that'd be the Mediterranean Sea. Unless I'm wrong. It's off the coast of Lebanon. There's Lebanon here. And the airport is right on the coast. Here's the airport right on the coast.
نعم محمد، غارة جديدة نفذها الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي استهدفت مبنى سكني على ما يبدو يقع في نطاق حارة حريك في الضاحية الجنوبية، وتحديدا قرب مستشفى بهمن ومسجد الإمامين الحسنين في حارة حريك. هذه المنطقة تعرضت يعني منذ ساعتين تقريبا ايضا لعده او عدد من.
So we did see in the last couple hours, I think at least 4 different Israeli airstrikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut.
إسرائيلي بيانات تحذيرية وتهديدات بشأن استهداف مبانٍ سكنية تقع في الضاحية الجنوبية. تحديدا نتحدث عن مبنى سكني يقع في نطاق حارة حريك بالقرب من مسجد الإمامين الحسنين، إضافة إلى مبنى سكني يقع في منطقة حي الأمريكان في منطقة الحدث في الضاحية أو على تخوم الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. عدد الغارات يمكن نتحدث على الأقل عن 3.
Oh, I have an update on these leaflets that were dropped on Saturday from Associated Press. Israel drops leaflets showing Sinwar's body. Israel's... Hold on a second. It's a little loud. Israel's military on Saturday dropped leaflets in southern Gaza showing Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar dead, blood running down his forehead. Sinwar destroyed your lives, said the leaflets. Whoever lays down his weapons and returns the kidnapped people to us, we will allow him to leave and live in peace. More strikes pounded Gaza on Saturday, and Palestinian communications company Patel said they knocked out internet networks in the north. The Palestinian Health Ministry said Israeli strikes hit the upper floors of the Indonesian hospital in Beit Lahia, and forces opened fire at it. Israel's military said it was operating near the hospital, and there was no intentional fire directed at it. The Israeli military also said it was looking into the matter after Al-Auda Hospital in Jabalia, northern Gaza, said strikes hit the top floors, wounding several staff members. Palestinian residents in Jabalia said Israel's military was forcing hundreds of displaced people to leave Jabalia and head to Gaza City. The occupation evicted us at gunpoint, said Saeed, a mother of three. Tanks and heavy armed forces were encircling us. She said many young men were taken apparently for interrogation, and most were later released. Israel's military described it as an evacuation and said it detained militants for questioning. That is from AP. Brian Bielman says, seems like it'll never be okay. Still smoke coming up from that Beirut shot on the bottom there. Thank you, Gugu, for your support. Thank you also, Stephen Verhoeven, for your support from New Zealand. Thank you also, Wendy M. I appreciate that, Wendy M. Thank you. And Veritas Justus. Thank you, Veritas, for your support. Thanks also to P4TOO for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. I don't know exactly which direction the cameras are, where the cameras are located and which direction they're pointing in. I don't have that information. But I mean, obviously, since the water is to the east, this camera appears to be looking south or southeast or something, because it's looking out. You know, the water's on to the east of it. This one looks to be looking. The smaller one looks like maybe at this point it's looking either. It's hard to say. But I don't see the airport. That could even be looking east or northeast or something. I'm sorry, west. I keep saying east, and I mean west, because the water is on the west side. Sorry, I'm just messed up. The water is on the west side of Beirut. There's Beirut there. There's the airport. There's Beirut. So the cameras are looking out at this water. So the water is going to be to the west. So I apologize, but this camera is the big camera. The main camera looks like it's looking maybe south or southwest. View 2 looks like it's, I don't know, west, northwest or something. My brain stopped working. The bottom camera is the AFP camera, and the top camera is the Reuters camera. We'll stay on for a few minutes longer. We came on a little late tonight than we normally do. It's weird. I mean, it's, you know, it's sort of, things kind of happen there at all hours. So you just don't really know when, obviously if there's something huge happening, like when Sinwar was reported killed, we'll come on the air. Other times we kind of just come on and catch up and see what happens while we're on the air. So. Thanks, Cartoon Maps, for your support. By the way, a reminder, turn on the notifications for the channel. I never know when I'm coming live. Usually I don't know in advance. Big news could happen at any time. We have our own notification system. You can sign up for free and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. It's really reliable. The mods will post the link to that in the chat. And you can also find the notifications link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. That link is current, right? Yes, the link works. I just tried it. The link works. Also, at the same link, you can check out, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, and it's free, so feel free to check that out as well. But yeah, sign up for those. Sign up for the notifications. Thank you to Sire for being a member, for becoming a member. My dog Daisy said the Discord notification worked great today. And Ryan Hagmans, thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member. You can see, I don't have to tell you, but you can see the sun coming up clearly. Yes, we talked multiple times on the stream. Sorry. We talked multiple times on the stream, multiple times, about the drone that was fired by Hezbollah that hit a building near Netanyahu's home, according to multiple outlets who talked to Netanyahu's office. So we talked about that. Nobody was hurt. Netanyahu was not there at the time. We talked about the multiple times about the leak of a couple documents, U.S. documents that were classified, talking about Israeli preparations for the Iran attack. So I'm probably not going to go over those again, just because we've talked about them each several times, and I'll probably wrap up soon. So, but you can rewind the stream, and we talked about them each multiple times. So I know people come into the stream at different times. I try to talk about things multiple times, but I think at this point I'm not going to talk about them again. If I hope that's understandable. Yeah, no, and I understand why people ask, because that's why I talk about it multiple times, is because people come in and out of the streams. But when we get close enough till the end of the stream, it's just like, you know. Oh, what happened? Oh, did we lose our Beirut cam? We might have. The Beirut cam is still going. It's just black now. What happened to the main Beirut cam? Sometimes they have issues with the cameras. It's just black right now. Well, for the moment, I can just do this. Yeah, I think this might be a good time to start wrapping up this stream. Look, if there's big developments tonight, I can always come back on the air and do another stream. I'm sorry we started a bit. Oh, okay, a plane is landing. You can see a plane right there on the camera. Here you go. Flight radar 24. Is it on flight radar 24? Yes, it is. We're seeing it on flight radar 24 right now. It's this plane right here, I bet. MEA, well, actually, I don't know. That's off of radar. That black line means it's just, it's not actually picking it up. It lost the signal here. But I think it might be this one, this MEA plane. Is Lanarka in Cyprus? Yes, it is. Maybe a plane coming from Cyprus. I don't know. That's from Flight Radar 24. But anyways, look, so sorry we started a bit late today. So we're not going to start this late every day. But, you know, as things come up, we'll be covering it. We'll be covering election stuff too, and other news. I'm sure there'll be other news. But I'm glad we got to do some coverage. And we did see these a number of strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, so that seems to be picking up again. But anyways, I really appreciate you joining the stream and being here for our coverage. We will certainly have more coverage of this and other news. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. Oops. And by the way, that boom is coming from the Israel-Lebanon border camera, where those kind of happen throughout the day. But subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. And I will post updates on my X account when I'm not on the air. You can follow me there at Lookner on X. I'll post a link in the chat, but that is where I post breaking news updates when I am not on the air. If there's something big enough, I'll just come on the air. And I really appreciate you tuning in, and thanks for writing in, sending me updates, sharing your comments, letting me read them, participating in the chat. So thank you. Also, huge shout out to our moderators. They are fantastic. They are the ones they're the reason that we can have a chat room, So I really appreciate all of their help. They're always here. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube right now. Roberts May Queen. Beth Mythical. All of our moderators who've been there on YouTube. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thanks so much. Our Twitch mods. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Surly Dev, and all of our Twitch mods, thank you. Our Facebook mods, Valerie, Gail Griffin, Christina Neal, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor, all of our Facebook mods, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. You're so generous with your support of the channel. You let this channel exist and buy footage and everything. So thank you for allowing the channel to be with your support. Veritas Justice, I owe you a thank you. Veritas Justice and everybody else for your support. Very kind of you. Those are more booms on the Israel-Lebanon border camera. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you guys. A reminder, turn the notifications on. As I mentioned earlier, we have a free notification system. It works awesome. It's done through Discord. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. Thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. Big thanks to you. Also, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV on X. I always post there when we're going live. I post scheduling updates there and some news about the channel. So at Agenda Free TV on X, you can follow us over there. Ooh, bunch of booms on the border camera. It's so hard. I mean, we heard reports. I read you at least one report of some fighting in southern Lebanon near the border, but you know, you can't really. I have no way of telling what's going on there. We don't have cameras inside the border in southern Lebanon, but who knows? It's possible there was intense fighting overnight on the border. I wouldn't be surprised. We just don't know. Some nights on that border camera, though, and sometimes we're hearing all kinds of stuff. Helicopters and gunfire and everything. And we were hearing some booms tonight, but not that much. Let's see here. Oh, and here's from the Israeli Air Force. We heard about this. A short time ago, the Air Force intercepted a suspicious aerial target in the maritime space of Haifa. No policy alerts were triggered. So we had heard that there was people in Haifa heard like some sort of explosion. I think they heard the interception of a drone, it sounds like, maybe, without a siren going off. Oh, I do want to mention for those who watch on YouTube, if you watch us on YouTube, and you want to get the YouTube notifications, you need to make sure after you subscribe, you got to hit the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So if you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you hit the bell, choose all notifications. Okay, I want to say a few other thank yous here. I really appreciate you being here. And also, shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Eve Richards and Lou Green and Diane Allworth, Valerie, Gail Griffin, Margaret Riley, Michael Tidwell. Thank you, Michael, for subscribing over there on Facebook. I appreciate that. Marie Minicello, all of our subscribers on Facebook. Thanks so much for subscribing over there. And our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you. New Dragons, Wall Street, Shaggy, Fweaky Beats, just to name some of them. Mick Britches, Arizona Toaster, Flopzor, Reckless, Artful Nothing. No, Artful Nothing is a subscriber. Yes, Artful Nothing. They Call Me Taj, Tater Mom, Nanok Q. Thanks for subscribing. Mahjong Lady. Ace High 1983. Alyat Zion. Night Owl. All of other subscribers over there. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members like My Dog Daisy, Wendy Lance, Rose Garvey, Heather Berry, Joe Hart, Dr. McRib, Chris N, Kurt W9, BBW, Truth WSYF. Let's see what they're zooming in on there. Anybody see anything? Heather, Jacko24, Comp Flyer, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Darren 175, I think it was. Mama 457 Rose, No 7, Anita Modaluski, Megatron. These are some of our YouTube members. Naomi Nocturnal, Mika, Heather N, Mama Dukes NY, Pink Volo, Jay Bird, Real Sportsman, Devin Benjamin Fairhall, Otis Fats, John Flick, SK. I don't believe there's been a new strike there. There might be smoke from before, maybe. All right, and all of our other viewers, everybody else watching, I really appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. We'll have more coverage soon of this and other news. Brian Fritsch, thanks for watching. Limey Show, John Boyd, Matan AV, Aaron Weirdo, Suplex City, Terry Rose, Thomas Hall, Artist Caverlin, SNN, thank you. Whitney Katz, Eric Standley. Oh yeah, no, I know there was a bang, but I think the bangs that we were hearing were all on the border camera, because we're hearing bangs from the border camera. So I might be wrong, but I thought we were hearing the bangs from the border camera. Anyways, I'm going to wrap this up. So I really appreciate you joining. If there's huge news tonight about something, we'll do another stream. Otherwise, more streams coming soon. Thank you again so much for watching. Thanks to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.